載してください。入れることができないかなっていうところからの戦闘を思いつきました。
Oh boy, WCW and NWO Thunder. Back in the locker room area, we have a couple of members of the NWO. Are we catching them in the heat of battle? Please!
Jump down to this area down here.
We're going over and over again to help you.
The armory, the base load automatically.
It gives you a square. Keep it steady.
Get your PlayStation on the ground and get some of me.
Life is a game, and nobody knows it better than this crowd. They're video game journalists and industry insiders. Last September, they gathered in Las Vegas to celebrate PlayStation's 3rd birthday and the launch of Spyro the Dragon. In honor of Spyro the Dragon, they began the day on a scavenger hunt for treasure hidden deep in the city of Las Vegas. Each team had its own van.
Are we ready to rock and roll?
Who could figure out the clues, find the landmarks, and get back first to win the prize, a $300 Sony shopping spree.
I am going to win this contest, okay? I want everyone to know ahead of time the winner right here.
Like the different worlds in Spyro the Dragon, this adventure had it all. Money, fame, thrills, romance, and the chance to hit it big. The chance to hit it big.
Hey, they're leaving without us.
The chance to hit it big? By nightfall, it was party time. For the Spyro the Dragon development team, it was a sweet finish to 18 months of round-the-clock work days.
Oh no, this bright light is freaking me out. Because the last time I saw one of those, I was abducted by aliens.
Remember what I told you earlier today? There is no way that we lost the scavenger hunt. When they announce the winner, you're going to see this one walking up, taking the prize.
The winning team with 810 points is the Magic Crafters. Team members Robert Finney, Aaron Mooney, and Javi Calorico.
For Sony Computer Entertainment America and PlayStation, the party was a celebration of an amazing first 3 years, going from underdog to top dog. With over 50 million consoles sold worldwide, PlayStation has become the leading brand in video game entertainment.
And to illustrate this even further, since its introduction in 1995, a PlayStation has been sold once every 8 seconds.
Several speakers noted that Spyro the Dragon was one of the most technically advanced PlayStation games available. Yet it just scratches the surface of what's possible on the console. To see what's coming next from developers, just stay tuned to PlayStation Underground. Welcome to part 4 of Project Wormhole. Watch out, because in this issue, we'll add some intelligent enemies to the tunnel. We'll make some that fly down the center of the tunnel and try to ram your ship. The tricky part is that they need to avoid running into each other and the other obstacles in the tunnel at the same time. To accomplish this, the artificial intelligence, or AI, responsible for driving the enemy craft needs to try to estimate where your ship is going to be and plot an intercept course. To do this, the AI draws an imaginary line from where it is to where you are going to be. It adjusts this line to avoid any obstacles in the way and then tries to steer itself onto the line. With all of these enemy ships trying to hunt you down, things are going to get pretty tough in there. So to be fair, we will finally be adding some guns to your ship. The first weapons we'll add will probably be some tunnel-following missiles. You can fire these and they will travel along the tunnel without any guidance until they run into something. Hundreds of you have sent in suggestions for Wormhole, and we're incredibly impressed. This was going to be the last installment on making the game, but there's so much interest we've decided to make it an ongoing series. Next issue, we'll be adding some flashy explosions and other special effects, polishing up the look. We'll also add some new weapons and enemies, so keep the ideas coming. You can see a beginning selection of people's ideas for Wormhole by visiting www.playstation.com and choosing PlayStation Underground online. Post your own ideas there or mail them to us at this address. Wormhole is a team effort. Let us know what you think.
Hi, my name is Robert Johnson. I am the Associate Marketing Manager here at Capcom Entertainment, and I am here to show you today the Pocket Alpha 3 game for the new Sony Pocket Station. I'm going to show you how the Japanese version works of the Pocket Alpha 3 game. Basically, what the PDA does is it is a little mini memory card peripheral that plugs right into your PlayStation and allows you to download the characters from your original Alpha 3 game onto the Pocket Alpha 3 game in order to build up the characters while you're on the road. And then once you have them built up, you can easily upload them back to the PlayStation in order to play those edited characters. Another cool feature about Pocket Alpha 3 is that you can fight against your friends. Just take it around, point it at your friends, and use the infrared communication device at the top here to play against your friends anywhere.
You're pushing. You caught my wrist.
Our job with Xena was we wanted to do something that mimicked the show, where it was a hardcore action beat-em-up game that also had elements of puzzle solving and some strategy elements. There's over 20 different levels: Hades, the Amazon jungle, one-on-one fighting, one-on multiple character fighting. Her famed shock room, like a flying guillotine that she can throw. She can stomp on the other player's face. If the hostage is killed, she will not be able to progress to the next level.
989 Studios.
Today we're going to talk about Street Fighter Alpha 3. Today we're going to talk about Street Fighter Alpha 3. Street Fighter Alpha 3 is a perfect arcade translation. There's no missing animations, the speed is flawless, and you can adjust the speed as well. The PlayStation version sees the return of Fei Long and T-Hawk, and you may see the return of some real popular secret hidden characters, as well as some brand new hidden characters. Another feature of the game is a dramatic battle mode, which allows you to play 2-on-1 fighting action. A brand new addition to Street Fighter Alpha 3 is the World Tour mode, for PlayStation only.
The oldest stories in almost any culture are about heroes. For thousands of years, heroic tales have inspired people and taught them how to face danger. Now, instead of just listening to a hero's tale, you can live it. Video game technology lets you face a hero's challenges blow by blow. That's what a new role-playing game is all about, called The Legend of Legaia, from the producer of Wild Arms. It brings new elements to the RPG genre. You play the part of Vaughn, a young villager in a world that's been choked by a mysterious mist, bringing madness and death to all it touches. Creatures called the Saru once lived alongside people and helped them. Now the mist has transformed the Saru into deadly enemies. Vaughn discovers how to lift some of the mist. Your mission is to guide him as he fights to save his land. One innovative feature of this RPG is that it's among the first to have a completely 3D all-polygonal world.
Compared to other role-playing games, it's quite possible that we have been able to achieve twice the amount of polygons on screen.
In the making of this game, we studied films to capture good tempo and flow, and good camera work. I poured my heart and soul into development. Each polygonal character is a reflection of our love for this game and our work.
Another innovation in Legend of Legaia is the style of combat.
これに関してはちょっと個人的な話なんですが。
Personally, I really like fighting games, and wanted to incorporate the exhilaration of a fighting game into a role-playing game.
Characters are full-size with rich animation. That gives The Legend of Legaia the atmosphere and feel of a real fighting game. And with the DualShock analog controller, you're experiencing the vibrations of every hit. Characters can discover and take on new combo moves. They'll need them later.
Enemies have a wide variety of attacks so that players won't get bored. In the latter part of the game, they get even more spectacular, and I think it's something players can look forward to.
Producer Takahiro Kaneko designed Legend of Legaia with a bigger, real-world challenge in mind.
The Saru represent science and technology. They are very advantageous things to humans, but we shouldn't rely too much on them and forget about basic human strength or let trust and basic human relationships break down. Without being preachy, we wanted to show that the future is something that each person creates for themselves.
According to Kaneko-san, a good game is a fantasy world that strengthens a player's ability to choose his or her own future in the real world.
Whether it be a book or a comic, when growing up we all have places to escape to where we can forget about our daily troubles. And through the trials and tribulations of those fantasy worlds, we find solutions and hope for our daily lives. To be a successful fantasy world, an RPG needs a dark side that's evil, yet believable, and ultimately defeatable. It's important for me to work with planners and designers who can create that.
As the condition of our real world worsens, can we return to the strengths within us to save ourselves? That's the hero's challenge waiting for you in this game.
Wrestling's a great thing to watch when you want to get out of reality and just turn on the TV and, you know, watch some of the crazy drama that goes on. And we're bringing that to you in the game.
The things that I'm proud about WCW NWO Thunder are the details. The way the characters leave the ring, the way they come in, and it really brings the whole experience of, you know, being at a wrestling event into your living room.
You and your buddy can go at it and just pound each other all day, you know, take out your frustrations, and I think that's important in video games.
Getting to go out there and beat people up for a living and not get thrown in jail. That has to be one of the best, my most favorite thing about being a wrestler, for sure.
Oh boy, WCW and NWO Thunder. You know, I love the game. I play it with my mother-in-law. No, I don't cheat. Please don't ever accuse me of that. I understand right now, back in the locker room area here at the Ice Palace in Tampa, Florida, we have a couple of members of the NWO, Vincent and the Giant. And what, are we catching them in the heat of battle? Please.
How I get out of this?
Just like real life, I'm killing you.
For the gamers that have played WCW Nitro on the PlayStation, Thunder is definitely an upgrade in terms of the speed of the gameplay. It's a lot faster than Nitro's engine was. There's more moves per character. There's more characters. They've all been updated.
Pick me, or I'll stick your head through the mat. Can you dig it, sucker? The torture is gonna last longer on a Hollywood walk of shame. You'll find out who's next.
There's additional modes. There's the ability to take a weapon and bring it into the ring and use it against your opponent, as you know, fans see on television. Nitro, awesome game. I mean, just phenomenal for its time, but Thunder is just night and day compared to it.
This is our first game with the cage matching, and you know, it was fun making that. You can throw them into the side of the cage and knock them out, and you can climb up the cage and jump off and do elbow drops and all those fun moves.
There's just a lot that Thunder offers to the WCW hardcore fan. There's a Battle Royal mode.
Battle Royal is brutal because you gotta have eyes in the back of your head.
We didn't use motion capture. Basically, every move is done frame by hand, following a video image. If you motion capture a character, he looks stiff. It might look good on TV, but it doesn't look good in the game. When you're making a wrestling game, you have to exaggerate even more to make it look good in the game. We had this back-breaking move, so we took an apple and kind of crunched on an apple for a while, and we thought it was funny, so we left it in the game.
That's sweet. Ooh, what a punch to the face. That's the strike.
The best way to get good at Thunder is to have a wrestler sitting by you, behind you, just directing you, telling you what to do, and pointing out stuff. The second best thing is to learn the moves, get in there with a powerful wrestler, say a Saturn or a Goldberg, and really get to know that character. We also include a list of moves in the instruction manual so that the gamer who maybe isn't a wrestling fanatic and doesn't know that, you know, Sting should normally do the Scorpion Deathlock, it's all laid out for them on paper. Go out there and experiment and have fun, and you're going to learn the tricks and the tips.
Mean Gene back here for PlayStation Underground. I understand that there may be a major upset in the making between the Giant and Vincent. Let's check it out.
Boom! Oh! That's bold! Hey, do that! Don't do that again.
Okay, I won't do it no more. Look.
Come on, don't do that again.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, yo!
Don't get upset, man. It's just a game, man.
Yo, I'm out of here.
Ooh, he got a bad attitude. What an attitude. And a new TV.
Thunder really brings the whole experience of, you know, being at a wrestling event, being at that WCW Monday Nitro event or Thursday Thunder event into your living room.
Studios. 8, 9 Studios.
I've got an ID match for Romer on level 1. Girdu is on level 2. No location gives for Kravich, and I don't see any sign of Aramon.
Copy. I'm on my way. Meizing, Romer's men have locked down the subway entrance security gates.
You'll have to find the bypass switch. See if you can find a service elevator. I've got an ID map.
Understood.
Oh my god, Dave. You killed a CBDC agent.
That's the way you take down second and street, baby!
But he beats the center to go down! Over the top! Focus can't get his we don't know about. Luna's bouncing back to the eyes!
Power bomb! Vertical suplex! The Frankensteiner!
Kick down!
Head scissor! Power bomb!
Kick down!
Pile driver!
Kick down! Kick down!
Power bomb! Hey, I hope he's looking tired. 1, 2, 3! Goldberg wins!
favorite attire.
R4. Three, two, one, go! R4.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the red corner, Marvin the Tank Woods. In the blue corner, Lester the Animal Young. Final round. Fight! Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Marvin the Tank Woods. The red corner, you lose.
Maggie here, the PlayStation Underground's new computer-generated host. I'm supposed to introduce each issue, but as you may or may not know, 3D graphics like me are expensive, so I've been told not to waste any time.
Alright, Maggie, they probably already know that, so just tell them what's on this issue.
Chill out, Pushy. I was just introducing myself. Our producer, too many cappuccinos.
I heard that.
Yeah, well, lighten up. Okay, let's get down to it. First up, we got a chance to sit down with some of Sony's heavy hitters, including Ken Kutaragi, Kaz Hirai, and Phil Harrison, to get the exclusive 411 on the product everyone is saving their arcade quarters for, the next generation of PlayStation. Then, I got to rack up the frequent flyer miles and expand my anime collection as we headed over to the land of the rising sun. We got to check out this year's hot new titles at the Tokyo Game Show and spend some quality time with the creators of Star Ocean and Jammer Lammy. That Lammy plays a mean guitar with her riffs and my moves. Talk about your girl power. We also got to spend some time down in sunny Southern California at the video game industry's largest trade show, E3. Check out our evaluators' picks of the show. Well, that's a tiny portion of what we've got crammed into this issue. When you're done trying out the import title, downloading stuff for your memory card, and checking out every nook and cranny of CD1, grab your controller and head over to the vault. The new demos include Final Fantasy VIII, MLB 2000, and Ape Escape, just to name a few. Alright, how was that?
Not bad, can you speed it up?
Sure, how's this? First, I got to rack up the frequent flyer miles and expand my anime collection as we head over to the land of the rising sun. We got to check out this year's...
Hey Buzz, you didn't throw out those CG host resumes, did you?
Star Ocean and Jammer Lammy.
Welcome to Part 5 of Project Wormhole. In this issue, we introduce new weapon and enemy types, as well as a brand new car. In response to popular demand, we have added support for the DualShock analog controller and enhanced sound effects. We also added some special effects to improve the look of the game. These included some nice-looking explosions and weapon effects. Those tiny missiles from the last issue sure were hard to see, so we attached some smoke trails to help them stand out. We use a series of translucent sprites to draw the smoke. A sprite is a two-dimensional image that we create ahead of time in a graphics program on a PC. To make it look like real smoke and fire, it should be translucent. We want to be able to see through it at least a little bit. We use the same thing for the explosion so you can see how it looks. Creating good special effects takes a careful combination of programming and art. In the next section, check out some of the things we created, then preview what will happen in Wormhole Part 6.
Prepare yourself.
Next issue, Project Wormhole continues as we look at adding articulated objects to our world. Keep your ideas coming on how to make our minigame great. See what other people are suggesting by visiting www.playstation.com and choosing PlayStation Underground online. Post your own ideas there or mail them to us at this address. Wormhole is a team effort and we want to know what you think.
Yo, NWOites, this is Hollywood Hogan, and make sure you get your PlayStation Underground, otherwise I'll bust you up real bad.
Maggie.
next PlayStation is coming. As a PlayStation Underground subscriber, you get a front row seat.
Our dream from a business point of view is to grow the market for computer entertainment into a superset of music and movies, so that video gaming and computer entertainment becomes a legitimate mass market entertainment.
We formed the new team for the next generation of PlayStation immediately after launching PlayStation. So we started to think about the next architecture for the system in 1995.
The design of the next generation PlayStation was put together to achieve a very singular goal, which was to allow the game player to experience TV quality images and the same level of emotional experience that you would get from watching a great film, reading a great book, or listening to a great piece of music.
How do you do that? I think the key word for the next generation PlayStation is emotion. How do you convey emotion of the game characters?
Realistic facial animation. As you're looking at me now on this camera, you can see that my face moves whilst I talk, and as my mouth moves, that the muscles stretch. And that's what realism is all about, is being able to get the subtlety of movement into the 3D graphics. The new system is going to open up a whole new avenue of creative expression. Today, great games like Gran Turismo and Tekken and Game Day are at the pinnacle of their genre on the current platform. But they use relatively simple technology to create that experience. In the next generation of a driving game, for example, on the new PlayStation, we will be able to simulate thousands of different elements of what makes a car work. The tire physics, the friction, the fact that it's now snowing, the fact that it's now raining, and that these are having a physically accurate impact on the way that the game handles. This allows for a wide variety of gaming experiences to be generated. In the current world of game development, you would use motion capture to establish the animation of a character. But going forward, we can now start to physically and biologically simulate how a human being works. And we can use some very complex algorithms called inverse kinematics and dynamics to simulate the entire physical skeleton of a player. Each player uses 10,000 polygons. To put this in context, Game Day and Madden use about 250 polygons per player. But it's also important to remember that beautiful graphical experiences aren't necessarily generated by millions of polygons, but by the best special effects and the most subtle use of lighting, pixels and texture mapping. It's not all about winning a huge polygonal race, but this is a race of beauty. This demo that we're showing right now shows some real powerful lighting and animation techniques called motion blur. Now this allows us to track the speed at which an object moves, and just like in real life, if I move quickly, there is a persistent blur behind the object. Each one of these firecracker particles is being rendered many times onto the screen. In fact, this demo is being drawn at 60 frames a second, but it's actually being rendered at 600 frames a second. And we can also freeze it like this, just like you see in some TV commercials right now where you can spin the camera around and the object is frozen. Once again, there are tremendous creative possibilities with this. If somebody throws a ball in a baseball game, or a fast-moving car overtakes you, or a laser beam from a weapon. These demos give you just some of the hints of the building blocks of where we can go creatively and entertainment-wise with the new system, and that's what it's all about.
The most aggressive challenge was the semiconductor. So the current chipset utilized about half-micron semiconductor technology. But what we are now challenging is 0.18 very, very high-end semiconductor technologies. It was very, very difficult. Finally, we could develop the nice chipset for CPU. We call it that Emotion Engine. That contains over 10 million transistors on the chip. That's a little bit bigger than the latest Pentium 3.
We have built the fastest multimedia processor on the planet. What allows us to achieve this performance is by having a very dedicated and single-minded design for the chip. Other chips in the world have to appear in everything from vacuum cleaners to PCs on your desktop. What we designed into the Emotion engine was the power and performance required specifically for the intensive 3D graphics capabilities and demands of the next generation of software, plus technology like floating point coprocessors and also abilities like the decoding of MPEG-2 video streams from our DVD disc.
By the time we make a product announcement, the technology for modem and modem connectivity may take another leap forward. Once we actually make the product announcement, then we should be able to say what kind of connectivity the PlayStation will actually have. I'd like to see controls that are not necessarily in terms of having more buttons or levers. I think there are enough already, and you only have 10 fingers.
I'm speaking to you now, so why shouldn't the device react to my voice? I should be able to wave at it and do things like this. A video camera could pick up these motions, interpret them, and generate a response on the screen. The next generation PlayStation uses 3 industry standard interfaces as part of the technology. We have IEEE 1394, which is called iLink, used in the next generation of digital video devices like still cameras and video cameras. We can now have digital media in as well as out. Now what I mean by that is being able to put my face or your face into the game. USB, which stands for Universal Serial Bus, allows us to connect to a huge variety of standard peripherals like joysticks and keyboards and mice and a whole bunch of things that haven't even been invented yet. And PCMCIA gives us connectivity to devices like modems, memory devices, even hard drives and other standard computing devices. Well, let's be very clear about this. The next generation PlayStation is designed specifically for high-end in-home entertainment. Now, right now that means video games. We will broaden the definition of what entertainment means over time, but we're not building a PC here.
It's really an interactive entertainment console. The next generation PlayStation is also backward compatible, which means that any PlayStation titles that you have in your current library will also play on the next generation PlayStation. And I think this is the first time in the interactive entertainment industry where a console has done that. The picture has 100 years history, and the music has over 1,000 years history, but the computer has only 26 and 7 years history.
We're only starting to scratch the surface of the emotion that we can put into games. If somebody was to burst into tears as a result of experiencing a next generation PlayStation game because of the raw power of the emotion that is inside the product and the storytelling, then we've all succeeded in our jobs. We now have the power inside the next generation PlayStation to do things in software that have never ever been done before. I'm not quite sure where it's going to go, and that's what makes it exciting.
Hot guitar licks have made her an international megastar overnight, even though her first release, Jammer Lammy, won't hit stores until August. So who is Lammy? What's the name Jammer Lammy all about? And what's she really like?
The publicity-shy star has refused all interviews and hides from the press off stage. But we crisscrossed Japan to track down members of her staff, including manager Masaya Matsuda, the man who made Parappa the Rapper famous.
Katie, Parappa's friend, introduced us. Lamy seemed quiet and reserved at first.
People ask where she came from. There are rumors she was born with a guitar in her hand.
When she picks up the guitar, she goes wild. There's something in her music that really reaches people.
Lammy and I have a relationship. It's a one-sided love affair. I won't say who to whom. I play sad songs about her on my guitar.
Her old chip band, Milk Can, has been asked to play clubs across the US. We're considering it.
There's a new rock star in town. What's her story? You get it first. Her demo's waiting in the vault. Next issue, footage from her earliest days reveals a Lammy nobody knows. You can hold 6 whole cartridge games on one CD. Of all types of games, RPGs need that extra space the most. That's why more and more role-playing games are coming out on PlayStation. And of all of them, one is the most vast and engaging RPG ever. It's called Star Ocean: The Second Story. We visited Enix in Japan to meet the team and find out the features that make this game so big and successful.
I think conventional RPGs are too easy. I wanted to make a game as challenging as a traditional old-time RPG, with a deep storyline and complex systems so true RPG fans can really enjoy it.
One feature that deepens gameplay is that you can experience the story from 2 different viewpoints. Play as either Claude or Rena, reluctant heroes who join forces to fight evil. Another innovative feature is that unlike many RPGs, you can truly control who joins your party. And when you reach town, something unique happens.
In a traditional RPG, a group stays together in a town. But this game imitates life where people split up and seek their own thing. The story changes depending on whom you decide to follow.
There are over 80 endings in this game. It was hard to stop coming up with more because there's so many ways the characters could come together.
Battles have more choices too. You can choose to play them in real time, just like in a fighting game. And a skill system lets you grow each character uniquely.
One might become a karate guy, another a swordsman, another might learn to fight with his bare hands. Several characters' skills can be joined in a link combo. It's fun to discover what a chain reaction is like.
Hurricane Black! Dragon Breath!
There's a great visual effect for every kill or move in the game.
Each character's emotional level is tracked, and this changes how they think and act. If you choose to have 2 characters become friends, the death of one in a battle might trigger intense rage and wild new attacks from the other. Other skills also make the gameplay deeper. Choose abilities like composing, cooking, or metallurgy. Then use those skills to create, customize, or find over 1,000 items.
When you find a stone or a jewel, it might be useless if you keep it as is, but with your skills, you can make it into something else, like a custom weapon.
All these new features give you a freedom that challenges your creativity. One player found a way to finish the whole game with no one else in his party. Another learned to create a tower of people in a fight. With so many possibilities and endings, players in Japan have reported easily spending over 100 hours exploring Star Ocean. It's getting a reputation as the most vast RPG ever, with gameplay as big as its name.
Imagine getting paid to check out all the new games that want to be on the PlayStation platform. That's what the game evaluators do. Hey, it's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it. At E3, the biggest game trade show of the year, we got two evaluators, Chris Cologne and Mark Vitello, to pick what they thought were some of the coolest new titles. Here are just a few of them.
If you're a big fan of Japanese anime or giant combat, Omega Boost is the game for you. Omega Boost is a really cool game that was created by the developers of Gran Turismo. Incredible graphics, the gameplay speed is unbelievable. We got 19 diverse stages, true 3D, free-roaming environments, so players can attack and be attacked from all directions. You have ground-based missions, you also have missions that take place in space. You have missions where you're actually inside spaceships shooting at enemies. So the gameplay will never repeat itself. It is truly amazing. Burning around town, cops on your butt, that's Driver.
The idea behind Driver really was to create a game which is a simulation, or the closest possible simulation to Hollywood car chases and TV shows. Things such as the Dukes of Hazzard, Smokey and the Bandit. One of the things that we really tried to make different about this game is that most driving games or racing games taking place on a normal looping track. With Driver, you can actually drive anywhere. There's around 30 miles of road in each city, four-wheel independent suspension, or you can see as you go flying over the hills of San Francisco, all the cars are also leaping off the road. This is the chase that I've just had. Now, it's stored the entire chase, so I can play that chase back like this. I can stop the camera at any time, stop the motion, and then I can insert a camera, and I can choose between various cameras.
This year's survival horror has a new name, Dino Crisis.
Dino Crisis is looking awesome due to the 3D polygonal background, the amazing CG intro, and all of the other gameplay elements that made Resident Evil series so popular. Some of the things that make the game suspenseful are the way the dinosaurs act like they're hunting you as their prey. They like to play with you, they like to run after your character, they'll stop and stare at you and come at you. At all costs, they're trying to get you. Resident Evil is like a haunted house. Dino Crisis was like a roller coaster. Much more in your face, jumping out of windows, smashing through doors.
One of the best dogfighting games around on the PlayStation is without a doubt Ace Combat 3.
One of the coolest new features in Ace Combat 3 is the ability to look around your plane from first-person point of view to third-person point of view. This allows you to actually track your enemies much easier, and it's all done in real time, so gameplay is not affected when you do it. So one of the cool things that we're seeing right now is the ability to look backwards. It's one thing that's been added to the game that you couldn't do before. The story is always changing. In the beginning, you can become a peacekeeping officer. The next minute, you're a renegade, and this is all done in real time.
Marvel's outlaw heroes come to 3D life in Activision's X-Men.
What we have here is X-Men. It's probably the greatest comic book franchise in the history of comic books, and it's a syndicated television running 5 years. We have 14 characters pulled from all of the X-Men history, as well as Age of Apocalypse alternatives, with extra moves, extra abilities, making for really great gameplay. Real-time motion blur, a dynamic fighting camera system, which will allow the camera to move around the arena in ways that enhance the 3D feel of the fight.
Big wheelies, big air. That's Championship Motocross featuring Ricky Carmichael.
The greatest thing about Championship Motocross featuring Ricky Carmichael is its physics engine. The challenge with motocross is creating sensation that's not just like racing a skinny car, but rather racing a two-wheeled motorcycle that is very difficult to control, especially on loose dirt or other grassy, wet surfaces like that. There's a lot of big air. So you can see that you can just get huge air and rip really sick tricks. There are over 12 unique tracks in the game, and it's real tight. There's a lot of collisions, and you really got to stay out in front of the pack.
Crash is back in the race of his life with Crash Team Racing.
Naughty Dog is very excited for the first time in many years to be bringing a totally new engine to the PlayStation for Crash Team Racing, 4th Crash Bandicoot series. It's totally new, 1-player, 2-player, 3-player, 4-player racing game. You go through over 20 levels, and now for the first time you get to play as Crash, Coco, Cortex, Engine, Tiny Tiger, all of the good guys, all of the bad guys. There are over 13 characters to play as. It's head-to-head combat like you've never seen before on the PlayStation.
These are just 7 of the many cool games at E3. For more first looks, watch upcoming issues of the PlayStation Underground.
Kick, boom, you remember. Chop, chop, back again, yes, forever. You have many challenges coming at ya. Fast to the fire, don't retire now, pick. Slide, and down. Again now, pick. Slide, and down. Listen to me now as I do my chore. Nobody ever talks to me no more. But if I baby want to come crying out loud, do you think you could play and calm it down? Or if you wanna play, how would you play? Throttle up and down, all the way. I just wanna know, can you really go? Without guitar in hand, I don't know. Coming at ya, fly high. Sky high. Cry loud. Shut up. Fly, cry. Big bang. Big cry. And fly down. Shake it to the right, shake it to the left. I'll be the only master that will give all the necessary skill to build that guitar. So you can play hell, you can fly, chop, suck wood, talk, yell good, big chop on, cry like chalk, one cry slide, chop big fly, chop cry big, cry chop down, one cry fly chop, big one and cry, fly chop chalk, one and cry fly chop chalk. I am a master, and you again.
What a nightmare!
Ready, go! Go! 9 Studios.
Maria, are you going to the Tokyo Game Show?
Yep, I've got my ticket.
This place is incredible.
Tired of your same old racing game? So you think you're a Jet Moto fan? Well, Jet's back with 15 new tracks and lots of speed. It is so fast. New tracks, new bikes, more speed, Jet Pt.3. It will knock you on your end.
989 Studios.
The cheat I'm showing you today is for Civilization 2, published by Activision. And what it is it's a money cheat that lets you get a lot of cash without having to tax your people and stuff like that, and you can buy all sorts of great stuff. So All right, you can do this anytime throughout the game. Go to the city menu. Select any of your cities. You go to rename. You go down to delete. Delete the name of your city. Doesn't matter what the name is. Then you go to enter name. You do an underline here. Capital C. Small a. Small s. Then you hold R1 while you make your capital H. And then you just triangle out. And you have a ton of gold. And now, what you do with that is you can go to buy whatever you're building. It doesn't matter what. Go to complete it, and you can complete stuff in one turn. And you can conquer the world. And that's how you do it. And you can do it over and over again with any city you want once you do it. So, and that's how you do it.
The Platinum Relics are somewhat of a hidden feature. There's no mention of the Platinum Relics in the game manual. The only way you'll find them is by playing through and doing the best you can yourself. After you complete the game, collecting all 25 crystals, and defeat the final boss, Neo Cortex, you receive the running shoes. With the running shoes, that allows you to go back to the game, complete all the levels that you've already done, and make attempts at collecting the Platinum Relics. They're pretty difficult to get. They take the running shoes as well as a perfect run through the level. Now, when I say perfect run, I mean timing. Some of the levels, when you start the level, require a certain timing to complete it perfectly throughout the rest of the level. So you'll run into the perfect timing of the water rising and falling. Stick to the ground, run, to not let go of the run button at all. To hold it through the entire level and no pausing. Cut as many corners as you can. Whether it requires you sticking to the wall and running along the wall, or jumping corners in levels where it switches from a forward to a side-scrolling area. Not getting stuck on any sort of boxes, edges, hitting any enemies, taking any damage, falling in any holes. Lessening your jump time in the air. Another tip is to familiarize yourself with the level as best as possible. You need to know what's coming and how to react to what's coming.
The cool move that I'll be demonstrating is for Dragon Seed by Jellicle. What I'm going to be doing is copy an existing save to a memory card that does not have a Dragon Seed save on it. You have to use both controllers to select the saved game to load. Then use that save to fight both copies against each other in versus battle mode. Bet all of your money, have one surrender. The victor will have twice the money they started out with. The winner gets double their money. You go back to the memory manager, delete the loser save, and recopy over the winner save, and you keep the cycle going over and over again and keep doubling the money on one save. Once you've accumulated enough money in versus battle mode, go ahead and continue story mode and beat the game.
This cool move is for Metal Gear Solid. The cool move will allow you to have auto-aim capabilities for your FAMAS rifle. Now to do this, you're going to have to beat the game in any level. And during the game, you're going to have to survive the tortures of Revolver Ocelot. Once you beat the game, you get the bandana. The bandana gives you unlimited ammo for all the weapons. Once you go back into the game, you go to the armory, to basement level 2, and you find the room with the FAMAS weapon. Make sure you don't get caught by the infrared sensors here. Now once you get the famous weapon, equip it, shoot all your bullets till it gets to these red bullets. Now these red bullets are called tracer bullets, and these tracer bullets give your gun auto-aim capabilities. Now to get it all the time, equip the bandana. Now you have unlimited tracer bullets. Now you don't have to aim. The gun aims automatically.
What this cool move does is it enables you to power up your weapons to its maximum potential, be it lasers or guided missiles. What I'm doing now is collecting the power up, then pausing the game, highlighting and selecting stage select, pressing X to reload the stage. Using this technique, you can collect 3 power-ups until your weapon's maxed out. It gives you a better advantage, especially against the level end bosses.
Hi, my name is Lance with Capcom. I'm a game counselor. The cool thing I'm going to show you today for a Resident Evil 2 DualShock is called the Extreme Battle Mode. What you got to do before you get the Extreme Battle Mode is either win Leon B or Claire B. Once you win the game, you got to let the credits roll, and once the credit roll, it will give you an option to save the Extreme Battle Mode, and that's when you choose yes. And what you do on your next game is you either put in the Claire or the Leon disc, load the game, then go into the arrange data, hit the X button, and there you have it. Extreme Battle Mode is a battle mode where you have to get to the police station and disarm all 4 bombs. And what you do, in order for you to get there, you gotta pick up ammos during the way. You start out with, the most powerful weapons, the shotgun, the Magnum, and your regular handgun. And from there, you have to go all the way back to the police station and defuse the bombs.
The cool move I'll be demonstrating is for the game Scars by Vivid Image. You go into the options settings screen, and in the password you enter ALLVID, A-L-L-V-I-D. This will open all of the cars that you would have to normally earn through the game, and all the tracks and all of the challenge modes. Next I will be racing the ski track and showing you a shortcut that will cut 30% out of the track and give you an added advantage against the computer. On the ski track, you go under the gondola hood, over to this first fence. 3 sections over, there's a space you can drive through. As you go straight, you have to watch for the walls. If you hit them, the computer will bounce you back out. But if you make it, you shortcut 30% off the track, and this can give you an added advantage against it. On the rally track, after the second bridge, there is also another shortcut that will take roughly 40 to 60% off of the track. A much larger advantage. If you can find it, it'll also help you.
Hi, my name is Lance Liu with Capcom. I'm a game counselor, and one of the moves I'm going to show you today is for Street Fighter Alpha 3. It's going to be a custom combo of 40 hit with Vizum Dazim. What I do basically is that I use the jab, which is the square, and the short, which is the X. Then do the slide, then the fireball motion, slide, fireball motion, slide. The secret to pulling off this move is that you got to get them in the corner in the first place. And then once you get them in the corner, you just initiate square X, 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 square X. Keep on doing it. Keep it at a steady pace and you can get a good 40 hit. That should be enough damage to kill your opponent.
I'm going to show you a cool move on Tomb Raider 3 on Thames Wharf, the first level of England, where you can skip the level in about a minute versus the 4 hours it would normally take. What you want to do, you want to head down to the first catwalk, run down the catwalk a short ways, turn around, and jump over the roof in front of you. This will take Laura to the area leading to the first secret. Hop up on the block and climb up onto the roof above her. Walk to the edge, and you'll want to jump down to this area down here. Turn around and run straight down the catwalk to the open area. At this point, it'd be a good idea to save, since it will take you a couple tries to get over the barbed wire. It's a good idea to have full energy when you do this, because when you land, you're going to lose virtually all your energy. If you happen to jump too early and travel over the fence at the wrong angle, you're going to land on the barbed wire every time. You need to go straight out on the catwalk and turn virtually at a 90-degree angle and jump straight over the fence. So you lose a lot of energy. And once you're done with that, you just jump back up here and proceed to the end of the level.
Hey gang, welcome to issue 3.3 of PlayStation Underground. A lot's been going on in the gaming world since last issue, so without any further ado... I said, without any further ado...
Sorry. Dude, quit playing GT2 and cue the monitor.
First we were off to Rhode Island, where one lucky gamer won the PlayStation truck for his school for the day. Needless to say, it bumped him up a few notches in the popularity scale. After that, we hit the track with the game from Polyphony Digital to burn some rubber and see what's under the hood of Gran Turismo 2. It's just like the real thing.
Especially for anyone who's seen you drive. Sorry.
Now, since we teased you with a quick look at my favorite game, Jammer Lammy, last issue, we thought we'd pony up the rest of the story so you can really see what makes Lammy rock. And we want to keep you all in the know about anything new regarding the next generation of PlayStation, so be sure to stop in at Tech Q&A and see what's up. I know what you're all thinking, that's cool, but what's in the vault? Glad you asked. CD2 is pushing maximum density with game demos like NFL Blitz 2000, Omega Boost, and Tiny Tank. And of course we've got enough new downloads, alphas, and hidden codes to keep everyone happy. So keep on gaming and I'll see you next issue.
Okay, Maggie, we're clear. Nice outfit. Hey, did you get us any Jammer Lammy t-shirts?
No.
Come build a mini-game with us in Project Wormhole, a special PlayStation Underground series that explores some basics of game development. In Part 6 of Project Wormhole, we've added the ability to include animated enemies in our world. There are lots of different ways to animate models. Most rely on something called keyframes. It would take too much memory to store information about every possible position the model could be in, so instead we store only a few of the most important frames. To animate a person jumping up and down, for example, there could be keyframes of the person standing, crouching down, at the top of the jump, and landing. In reality, there'll be quite a few more keyframes than that, but there will still be gaps between them that need to be filled for the motion to look smooth. A process called interpolation is used to fill in the gaps. The program looks at the 2 keyframes before and after the current frame and calculates a position part of the way between the 2. The 2 most commonly used methods of animation are called vertex animation and bone animation. In vertex animation, the location of every vertex in the model is stored for each keyframe. This is easy for the program to work with, and just about anything is possible, but it uses a lot of memory, and there needs to be a separate animation for each model. Bones-based animation relies on an imaginary skeleton beneath the skin of the model. The animation data holds information about the joints in the skeleton, and the program knows how to move the vertices of the model around to keep them attached. It is even possible to use the same data to animate different models, as long as they have the same joints. Next issue, we add a level editor to Project Wormhole that gives you more power in level design, and we talk about what makes a good level. Keep your ideas coming on improving our mini-game. To see what other people are suggesting, go to www.playstation.com and choose PlayStation Underground online. Post your own ideas there or mail them to us at this address. Wormhole is a team effort, and we're waiting for your thoughts.
that, because I want it like that. No other difference is the fact. You gotta do what?
Masaya Matsura, musician, composer, star maker. It's been 2 years since the debut of Matsura-san's star protege, Parappa the Rapper. You couldn't leave the house without seeing his smiling face plastered across cities everywhere. Well, Matsura-san is about to do it again. Switching gears from the rap genre, he's producing a hot new sensation by the name of Lammy, starring in Jammer Lammy, and she's definitely gonna rock. With that kind of success, we have to ask, can lightning strike twice?
But I'm not getting close, I'm just running around.
Now gamers and rocker wannabes alike will have the opportunity to test their licks to everything from pop rock to heavy metal. On a recent trip to Japan, Matsura-san and his crew found a moment in their hectic schedule to sit down and discuss their newest find and how using her musical talents, she can give you a glimpse into the world of rock and roll.
I didn't want to create Parappa the Rapper 2. I wanted players to enjoy other kinds of music. And Lammy has other differences. In Parappa the Rapper, the teacher raps and then the player raps. Many players end up just imitating the teacher exactly. With Jammer Lammy, the teacher sings and the player plays guitar. That subtle difference gives players more freedom to experiment, let loose, and make great music. Another new feature is that you can play in cooperative mode with the CPU, or in a competition mode against another person.
A lot of gamers wonder where the quirky sense of humor comes from that's behind these two games.
People think we must be on drugs. We don't take drugs. But there's so much pressure I don't sleep for a week, and I get very spacey. Deadlines help us too. I face so many that my body is tuned to come up with something. Panic is my inspiration.
It also helps that Matsura-san has never made a traditional video game. He's not set in his ways like other developers might be. So his staff has more freedom to give him ideas they really believe in.
Hey! It's the performer on stage!
There's a new rock star in town, and this is one lamb that definitely knows her chops.
Now,
I've always loved cars. As a child, I dreamed of being a race car driver. But that's even less likely in Japan than it is in North America or Europe. I created Gran Turismo because I always wanted to work with cars. I didn't expect the game to sell as well as it did. It has a real driving feel and graphics very close to reality. Those things didn't really exist in the racing genre until then. I made the first Gran Turismo for Japan with mostly Japanese cars. I'm making Gran Turismo 2 for the world. We're going to have about 400 cars on 20 tracks. We've brought some of the cars here to test them and capture photos and sound. My goal is that each user everywhere can actually drive the car that you own or want to buy, or just admire and will never be able to purchase. I want the owner of a car to feel that driving the car in the game is exactly like driving the car on the road.
I create the car from start to finish. Today I took photographs from all angles to record details like tires, headlights, and hazard lights, so I can reproduce these cars exactly. I get the plans, performance data, and all the color samples from the manufacturer and apply them to the model. It takes about a week to make a car for the game. If there are problems, it could take a month.
In GT1, I didn't want cars to spin when they collided so that you could keep playing the game, but gamers told me they want damage. GT2 will have an option for car damage. If you choose it and your car is hit, it will spin or become tougher to handle, but the damage will just affect how the car handles, not how it looks. One very important change is that we are going to have dirt tracks. The cars will be able to skid around. Also, there will be some drag strips. And Laguna Seca will be one of the tracks.
Our job is course design. We draw the course line, model it, then apply textures and landscapes. It's very valuable for us to come to Laguna Seca.
We knew from pictures how the turns here would bank, but now we can walk and drive them so we can put their exact feel in the game. Gran Turismo 2, unlike other racing games, it's not important to just go fast. Sometimes speed is not as much a factor as skill. Slowing down can be the most important thing.
I have a driving school, and Yamauchi-san was one of my students. But I didn't know he was the producer of Gran Turismo. The things he was learning in my school, he put into the game's driving license test. How to accelerate, how to brake, how to turn the corner. If you want to enjoy Gran Turismo 2 the most, do not think of it as a video game. Drive as if you're in a real car. Drive at the highest level possible for you, and the game will teach you and raise you to a new level of enjoyment.
Laguna Seca has a famous corner called the Corkscrew. I've known about it ever since I was a kid, but growing up in Japan, I never thought I'd see it with my own eyes. The day before yesterday, I drove around it and the whole course in a Viper. I thought to myself, this is my dream come true.
Monkeys are on the loose. They found a way to get smarter, go back in time, and change the past to rule the future. Over 200 have fanned out across time, and it's up to you to stop them from taking over. This is Ape Escape, the first game to take full advantage of the DualShock analog controller. It's an innovative new experience, and we're taking you to meet the people behind it.
Just as we had begun the development of the design and concept for this game, we were invited to attend a development meeting for the DualShock analog controller. We were excited to see, right there on the table, prototypes with 2 analog sticks. There weren't any games that existed at the time that used both sticks, and we were so intrigued by the new opportunities. I began to think about all the fun and unique ways we could take advantage of both analog sticks. One stick could maneuver your character around a fully 3D environment, and the other is used to control the gadgets. The ideas just kept coming. There's the Stun Club and Time Net, Super Hoop, an RC car, and more vehicles too. So we picked gadgets that would take advantage of and resemble the motion of the analog sticks. For example, with the slingshot, you're required to pull back on the stick and release it, emulating the controls of a real slingshot. And we think everyone will find at least one favorite gadget.
I like the Sky Flyer the best. I can fly around. When you are really good, you can do the 2-step jump, and at the height of the 2-step jump, you can start, activating the Sky Flyer. But if you're not so good, you can just stand and start activating that Sky Flyer, and you can get much higher, you would think.
But that's not all that's unique about the analog sticks. Most people don't know that you can push the stick down like a button, too. Push it down and you can sneak up on the monkeys to catch them. I also like the way the remote control car operates with the 2 sticks. It turned out to be even more enjoyable than we expected. What I find most fun is that there are more than 200 apes in the game. We gave them different personalities and a lot of subtle humor. Something fun for everyone, I hope. Another cool feature is the added bonus levels, like the skiing game, the ape boxing, or the Monkey Galaxy. We think you'll love them.
We started developing this game like 2.5 years ago. Coming up with the control with the 2 sticks was the biggest challenge. We did a lot of testing, and we are surprised how we kept the original concept of the game we had at the outset, and I think it paid off.
If this is what you do for work, what do you do for fun?
Pro Borders, because I'm in it.
Duke Nukem 3. I just finished that game, Metal Gear Solid. Played that way too much. That's probably one of the best games I've ever played on PlayStation. I like Siphon Filter. Cool Borders 3, no one can touch me. Yeah, I like that game. Creeping around, it's fun.
The life of an X Games Pro isn't easy. You have fans chasing you. Lots of flights to catch. New tricks to master. So after work, how do you blow off steam?
Lately I've been playing a lot. The Tony Hawk Pro Skater game. It's a really fun game. It gives you a rush. Yeah, I mean, when you land something, it's like, whoa!
Even at the top, if you're a living legend like Tony Hawk, it's not always easy.
I've only broken one bone. I broke my elbow last year after 20 years, and I've been knocked out a couple times.
The pressure's on to be first with new moves.
Probably I'm best known for like 720, which is a double spin, and then different variations of the 540, like burial 540, sailfish, just stuff like that. A lot of spinning maneuvers.
How do you keep learning to do what no human being's ever done before?
you just kind of go and see if you can get the right spinning motion down, and you know, you can fall safely out of most situations. And so you just keep going until you have the confidence to just throw one down.
After 20 years, what keeps Tony Hawk going?
You know, like I said, I'm just happy that I'm still getting to do it. I've just always loved the progression, and knowing that there's new stuff to learn, that's what keeps me going.
With all the pressure, how do you take a break?
I play Gran Turismo and Oddworld and Cool Borders, and my son loves Spyro. What's my favorite? By far the skate game. I mean, even if it weren't my signature game, it'd be my favorite game.
Skateboarding and PlayStation. That's all you need in life.
PlayStation and the X Games. It's how some people who are paid to have fun after work.
PlayStation rips, man.
You're in the 8th grade, one of hundreds of kids. Hardly anyone knows your name. Then one night a phone call comes in. Was it real or was it a dream?
I was playing Final Fantasy VII, and then I get that call, and I told it too. I didn't believe me. I thought it was a friend telling a prank or something, because I told him I joined this and what I could win.
It's an official from Fox TV. She says that out of over 100,000 entries, you won the grand prize. Lots of cool PlayStation stuff for your home and something very special that would visit your school. The PlayStation Touring Attraction. 18 wheels of video game excitement. All your classmates could try the latest PlayStation games thanks to you.
I called some of my friends and told them. They didn't believe me. I had to have my mom tell them.
It was a Tuesday night. I was upstairs. Jason was doing his own thing, and he got the call, and he couldn't believe it. Yep, he thought it was a prank.
Then they still didn't believe me. I brought in some of the stuff to show them. They still didn't believe me. I said, you can go out and buy that. When I got my stuff on the box, they had a little writing, congratulations. I brought that in. They said, you could have scanned that on your computer.
But even your most skeptical friends back off when your school principal gets a call from contest executives.
Someone called from Sony indicating that we had a national winner, and that was the first I heard of it. And you know, it was Jason Moreira that won the national contest.
The big day finally unfolds in your school parking lot. Your classmates can hardly stay in their seats. You go on local TV.
PlayStation, 25 games for it.
You get more prizes.
Got to MLB 2000.
Then it's on to the truck. You're in 8th grade, one of hundreds of kids. Now almost everyone knows your name. What will you remember 3 years from now?
Everything. I remember everything.
How are game developers reacting to the next generation of PlayStation? As a PlayStation Underground subscriber, you get inside access.
All we're seeing here today is the tip of the iceberg.
You're going to see a much more detailed modeling, much more detailed worlds.
A prediction for Road Rash could possibly, on the next generation PlayStation, we would go from 300 polygons for bike and rider combination to somewhere from 2,000 to 3,000 faces.
The fact that you can actually render something like Toy Story on the PlayStation in real time is just, awesome.
And it's really exciting to see a home platform that's going to have even surpass the power of some of the high-end military machines that we've worked with in the past.
I think it's absolutely incredible that we've got a supercomputer and a game machine.
The poly counts, the sound, the texture memory, we can bring everything together into a really cool, compelling storyline.
It'd be really cool if you would walk through a hallway and the lights would actually be carried with you like a torch, for instance.
What you're going to see is a little more randomness in the ability to control the character.
Because the game is all about hiding in the shadows so the guards can't see you. But if the guards had a torch with them, that would completely change the way you play the game.
You'll be able to get bodies swinging around and you'll have more control. You'll be actually able to screw up a little easier, which is nice for a gamer.
We want to take you out into huge, vast regions of space with giant cruise ships and planets and space stations where you're a little tiny dot and the space station's miles and miles long.
For a driving game, for example, crashing into a wall, not only will you damage your car, but you'll damage the wall, and maybe repeated crashing into a wall will even knock it down.
We want to do things that nobody's ever seen before.
In a way, you will be able to see characters talk to each other, react. There will be like when you impact somebody up, you will see his reaction, his facial reaction.
You'll be able to interact with characters that feel like living entities with facial expressions and emotional reactions.
It's all going to behave like real life, and nobody will have had to sit down for hours and animate it.
I can't think of anything right off that we won't be able to do on the next generation PlayStation.
The roof is off.
Jet Moto 3 is coming. What's in it that's new? You won't have time to ask. Either you splat like a fly on a windshield, or scream faster than ever through some of the coolest places on Earth and beyond. We got the game's producer to tip you off in advance on what's new, so when you play, you can totally concentrate on saving your butt.
We wanted to add 3 different things. One is speed. As much speed as possible. 2 was base everything, all the track design off of skill. So you would learn basic skills as you go through the environment and then use those together in combinations of skills later when you get to the hard environment. And the 3rd was we really wanted to take away all the barriers that were in 1 and 2, limiting the player where he can go and where he can't go. And this time, pretty much, if you see it, you can drive on it. We tried to build in shortcuts as much as possible everywhere. Look for them. We also added a few new features. We added stunt mode, which everyone has been dying for. It's a hidden mode, so you're going to have to figure out how to open it. It's pretty much a point-based mode. You have a certain amount of time, and you have to do a certain amount of stunts within that time period and gain enough points in order to progress through 5 different stunt tracks. In order to get the really high scoring tricks, you got to rotate on all 3 axes. We added a new hop feature, which is part of the skills that I talked about earlier, and we added horizontal grapples where you can pretty much Tarzan swing using multiple grapples throughout the environment. It's pretty cool. You go through a total of 11 tracks. The last track, Planet X, is extremely hard. The music on Pt.3 is high energy techno with different styles, loosely based on the environment. We have 2 people working on them. Juno Reactor doing some original tunes, and Chucky D, our internal guy here at 99 Studios.
Nobody knows the game like the producer, and he had this final word to pass along.
Okay, here's a hint for the Lost City level. If you want to get through the top of the observatory, don't turbo over the sundial. Just drive over it and hop at the end. There you go.
Yeah, there it is. 989 Studios.
Impressive, Snake. Impressive, Snake.
This game will be like a real game.
Because it's real. I mean, they get a lot of input from us players, and we're involved in this game, and we just like playing it.
First down.
Controls at the point. Runs by Lemieux. Allen shooting. Asha gathers it in. To Clark. Got a blocker on it. Blair has a hat trick.
Let's say it's our left winger. This is our defenseman, left defense, and this is our right defense.
Phoenix will move on to the Stanley Cup Finals with a victory here tonight.
Hi, I'm Darren Pang, color commentator for 989 Sports, NHL Face-Off 2000.
Structure. Are you ready? Good luck. Omega boost. It's all good. Carry out the mission carefully. Structure. Omega boost. It's all good. Carry out the mission carefully. Be careful. Undefined enemies approaching. Zone has been completed. Buster. Omega Boost. It's all set. Carry out the mission carefully. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Warning. Undefined enemies approaching. Omega. Omega boost. It's all set. Carry out the mission carefully. Caution. Caution. Omega boost. It's all set. Carry out the mission carefully. Caution. Are you ready? Good luck. Omega boost. It's all set. Carry out the mission carefully. Caution. Warning, undefined enemies approaching. Milestone has been completed.
Nine Studios.